Good morning, good morning. Welcome to Feedback Friday, Art Edition. I'm your host, Jacob Johnson. Sorry for being a little bit late today. I was just kind of having to set up some files. Excuse me, Pika, don't fight the camera cord, please. No, no. She was just trying to pull the camera down on you. How's everybody doing? Hello. Pop out the chat. There we go. All right. Sorry about the rocky start as it is. Only the mice are in danger. That's the hope. Yeah, hello everybody. Hello, hello. Today is the announcement of the art contest for the MouseHunt birthday. I'm gonna go through and kind of like let you know who won, show off some cool entries. I believe there was like 32 entries, and they're all amazing. You guys made it really difficult for me to like pick and choose, and thankfully it wasn't just me. We actually had the whole MouseHunt team work together and kind of like everyone got to vote and partake. So we all got to see all your amazing, incredible entries. They're all very fun. Thank you everybody for participating that did. You will all be receiving a little kind of like awesome gift from us just for kind of being a part of it. And thank you for celebrating the birthday with us like that. It's really cool. I think there's probably enough chat everywhere about kind of the virus going on, so I won't kind of go off on that at all. I'm sure everybody's heard enough about it. So I'm going to announce the winners. We'll look through the entries and just kind of like enjoy them as a group. And then I'll probably actually do some more work on the piece that we started 2 weeks ago. We started creating a regalish kind of trap skin for the, what is it called? Trying to remember the name of the trap. Let's see. Oh no, my file name is still not accurate. The Ultra Rare Draconic. The Dragon Slayer Cannon, I think it is, something like that. I don't have it yet. No surprise. It's super hard to get. A little jumpy, the stream. Yeah, that's not too surprising because might just be kind of internet issues around. But yeah, if it's fine for most people, that's good. Let me know if you have any issues, other people that might be. I'll see about like lowering the bitrate if that might help. All right. Well, I think let's start looking at the art. So yeah, internet can be annoying like that. So we actually kind of expanded the prizes just because there was so many amazing entries, and we really wanted to kind of honor all the players that partook in it. It's really, really cool. We haven't done an art contest in too long, so I want to do more of these in the future. It's honestly a lot of fun. And so we're actually going to do kind of like, there's kind of like the top 3 and then some honorable mentions. And then, everyone else will definitely get something pretty awesome as well. But yeah, for first place, we're actually giving out a jumbo treasure hunting kit, as well as a bunch of like MouseHunt merch from the merch store that we have now. If you guys don't know about that, you can get some sweet MouseHunt merch. It is Society 6 store. Let me see if I can find a link for that. I should probably just open up MouseHunt because there should be a link in the ticker bar. Boop, boop. Where are you? There we go. Hit Grabs merch store. Here, I'll copy that into the chat real quick. Where did my chat window go? There it is. Oh, thank you, Nico. Beat me to it. All right. So let's take a look at our third place winner. I'm going to jump over to this. So let's see. Third place is going to be getting a jumbo treasure hunting kit. So congrats to Shantang. The team really enjoyed kind of like the level of effort and design in this. A lot of fun. Really, really like felt birthday bash to us. So congrats. Basically, for all the winners, we'll be contacting your accounts to get your in-game kind of IDs so we can send the gifts. But yeah, congrats, third place winner. Very nice. Second place is going to be getting some stickers and a jumbo treasure hunting kit. So that goes to Ling Shahan. We love this one. Like, we were all really, really thrilled to see the level of detail. If you haven't seen taken a good look at this, there is like a bunch, like the plushies are from kind of like in-game and stuff. They outline kind of where they came from, and some extra fun ones. But yeah, I just love like the style. They actually created lots of beautiful entries. I love all of them, so really well done. Honestly, it was really hard for us to kind of like pick, specifically what one we wanted to win. We had to go down, like we had to put it to just kind of like, a point system because it was so hard for us to kind of like decide. There's so many incredible entries. So congrats, well done. Really, really, really awesome work. And you'll see more of their entries, which are all awesome later. And then, so first place is Dante Sta. It really, really awesome. It just has so much kind of like fun style to it, and it feels very birthday. Really incredible work. So congratulations. We'll be contacting you about kind of like what merch, and you'll also be receiving a jumbo treasure hunting kit. So congrats to all the winners there. We also have honorable mentions, and so this these entries were really incredible. I was blown away. I believe there were two sent in, and they were kind of like tagged at me to kind of be a takedown for me. I absolutely adored them. Incredible, like Magnolia kind of style. Really captured that feel. Really, really, really well done. And it was like, hard to kind of like pick, but ultimately because the other ones have more of that birthday feel to them, they did win. But you will still be receiving a nice little pile of Super Brie and even a treasure hunting kit. So nice work, incredible entries, awesome stuff. Very, very nice. And then this one we just thought was just so cute. Dave's, I think this was Dave's favorite. Just really, really beautiful. I love the idea. Just kind of a fun angle too, and nice work. Yeah. You will also be receiving a nice little pile of Super Brie and a treasure hunting kit. So those are kind of like the place. I mean, we had to kind of choose, but it was honestly really tough. There's so many entries that I just absolutely adore. So let's take a quick look at all of them. So this one I thought was a really fun idea. It kind of like uses that get trapped in the hole feeling. Very, very fun idea. And yeah, no, I liked it. It makes me think of the bottomless pit trap, but it's like a new take on that. Very cool. And then this is just kind of like a really neat, very creative kind of take on this design. I think it's just adding a lot of kind of, fun to it. Awesome stuff. Thank you very much. And again, you guys are going to get a nice pile of Super Brie. So good work. Thank you. This one is pretty cool. It feels like it would be like a really good kind of tactical trap because it like surprises the mice. Very nice, and I like that the mouse is added in there too. Very cool. Yeah, like adding everything in here. Lot of effort put into it. Very nice. This one's just very cute and fun. We all kind of went like, ah, and then kind of like, oh no, that poor mouse. But I suppose that's kind of the name of the game. But yeah, we all thought this was very cute and fun. This was, I think, the first entry that we all saw. So we were all like freaking out when we saw the first entry, and we're just like, this is just ridiculous, and we love it. So this one's really fun. Just, it is a birthday moose. Why not? I like it. Very fun. Cool stuff. And this one's really neat. I love the kind of like, I believe it was colored pencil, but yeah, like recreating kind of the MouseHunt logo. I think they did an excellent job. Beautiful. This one's just a really neat idea. Great execution. It was definitely kind of like high up on the list. Lots of like really interesting detail on how it works if you want to kind of like take a look at that post. I think it's very clever. Well done. This one also, I really enjoy the idea behind this because I love Portal, and the just kind of imagining a mouse being trapped in this, and then just like the droids just kind of like watching it happen. Very fun. I love the idea. Really clever. Nicely done. This one, this one upset Giorgio, but in a fun way. Just love the design, love the idea. Horrible to look at in the best ways because you're just like, no, go away. It's too gross, but it's also awesome. Love it. Very fun. This is very cool. It makes me think of like a mimic from like Dungeons and Dragons kind of feel, the like trap that just kind of like, and so I think that's fun. I love that it has like the party balloons. Very nice. This is a great idea because it's like, hey, we could use this like in the game as a design, since we have kind of like the break dance or the break room with all the dance mice. It just kind of feels like it could really fit in that group. We haven't added any dance mice for a few years, so maybe we'll do that. Very cool. This one I absolutely found awesome. It made me think of like back when I used to kind of like draw in my sketchbooks and just like go like to the edges of the page creating fun scenes. And I think this is just like really cool that you like created an actual like scene, because most of the stuff I do is just like, here is a character or here is a trap, and then this is like a character like in an environment and like telling a story, and it's very well done. I think it's awesome. So great job. Love that. This one is a very, very adorable. I like it. I believe this is the same kind of, or the same person that did the plushie entry, if I'm not mistaken. Very just beautiful, well designed, nicely done. Oh, did I skip one? No. Okay. This one's very fun too. I think I just really am amused anytime there's like the droids up to like being mischievous. So really fun idea. Nice coloring. Looks like a really good trap, and I would enjoy having that on my setup. Very fun. Yeah. So here's another one, and just very cute, very fun. I enjoy. Great work again. Nice, and the little bow tie is just the cherry on top with that. All right. Oh, okay. Yeah. There we go. Sorry. For whatever reason, the button to kind of go to the next doesn't like to. And so this is another incredible entry. They did the kind of the trap one with the kind of like the skull and lightning. Um, this was the first one I saw from them, and a good call out there. Uh, Give me a run for my money. Very nicely done. Awesome, awesome work. Again, like really, really kind of like getting that style down. That's incredible. Well done. This is just adorable. I love this one a lot. Um, yeah, I would enjoy having this as a character. It's just a really fun idea. I like that a lot, and like the style is awesome, very cute, and well done. Just really well done. Very nice. I like it a lot. This is very cute. I like it a lot. The interactions and stuff and the storytelling with it are really good. And yeah, it just has like a nice kind of birthday feel to it. And yeah, it's awesome. Love the kind of like the colors and the kind of poses. Really fun. Great idea. And this one's just adorable. I love it. It's very good. I there's like a really nice charm to this, and it's fun. I like it a lot. It makes me feel like hanging out at kind of like one of those restaurants where you like get to like draw on the table, and I would kind of like draw this kind of stuff exactly with like the people I'm hanging out with, and that's just really fun. Thank you. This one I love the colors on. It's just really kind of like just having fun with it and enjoying it. Love it. Very beautiful. Again, really captures that like that birthday feel. So nice work. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's beautiful. And then this is really nice. I like the kind of like the idea behind it. Great kind of character design. And yeah, I think it'd be a really fun character to have in the game too. Um, Hopefully it can get its prize as well in the pinata. I like how it's wearing the birthday shirt too, the MouseHunt shirt. Very nice. And then this one is just. I'm not a big fan of clowns personally, but I like this one. I think it's very cute. It was like it missed the deadline, unfortunately, but we're still gonna give you the kind of participation cheese bundle. So thank you for joining in. I really like it. I think it's really well done. Great execution on it, and yeah, good idea. Thank you. I There is not being a clown mouse. I will not draw one. Maybe one of the other artists will, but I have not. There's like, isn't there like a clown fish mouse? I don't think it's dressed up like a clown. And then this one's so adorable. I like it a lot. I like all the kind of like really kind of soft kind of shapes and stuff like that. It just makes it extra cute. There's good like shape design and stuff in it. And yeah, I believe that is this watercolor? Because like that's awesome. Um, it's a hard medium to do, to be honest, and it's so cleanly done in this. I'm quite impressed. Well done. Very nice. And then this, there was two entries by this person, and they both kind of like have some like good kind of like design and kind of concepts in them. This is basically the terrible two's mouse all grown up and back into its kind of like terrible stages of being a teenager. I think it's a very fun idea, very clever. And then the unbirthday mouse, yeah, just being a greedy mouse. But yeah, so also really fun idea. And then this one's just really cute, very nicely done. Another kind of like scene piece, so very nice work there. And then a very cool Time Lord mouse. I think that's just a really nice piece. Well done, yeah. Very, very nice. Yeah, I like it a lot. And again, kind of like having a scene with kind of the props and stuff and like composing that. It's very I don't do enough of that, and I should try and do more. I think it's really fun when you do that. So nicely done. And yeah, so that's the winner that we had. Again, like we were all very impressed. Excellent design, like the character kind of motion and like the kind of like the action in it is just really fun and beautiful. So well done. Plushie, so cute. I love it. I want this as a trap skin. I think that's such a great idea. Really fun, really fun. And then the party kind of, I forget what did we. Oh yeah, the runny cupcake fighter mouse. I like that. It's fun. I would enjoy, like, you don't want to go into a food fight with this mouse. They're fearless. They will just keep hucking those cupcakes nonstop. And then the parade balloon mouse. Very cute, very fun. I love how bright and colorful it is, and like there's a great sense of atmosphere with it. So very nicely done. The poor mouse on top, they look a little bit frightened, and I would be too. And then yeah, this pretty rad trap. I feel like if this was a Halloween contest, that'd be right up there. Not that it wasn't an incredible entry, but yeah, it's very solid work. Awesome. And then back to the start. So that is all of the entries we had that unless we somehow missed any, hopefully we did not. Yeah, we do need a Halloween art contest. I'm going to try and run more art contests. We actually have someone who's helping with kind of doing more social media stuff on the team. And they were actually the one that helped kind of organize this whole thing, and we collaborated to kind of make sure it can happen. And so big thanks to Stacy. And Giorgio also did a lot of work to help kind of organize the voting and all that. So I don't think I could have done it without those people. And of course the whole MouseHunt team for participating and kind of like helping pick winners, because honestly there was so many really, really awesome entries that it was really hard to just kind of like narrow it down. So much thanks. And of course to all of you for making those fantastic entries. They were really beautiful, really, really creative stuff. Very impressed with the ideas. A lot of them I think I'll kind of have in the back of my mind when I'm working on stuff in the future. Hopefully that's okay. But yeah, lots of really cool ideas. And again, I think we're going to do more contests in the future. It's fun to do. It's fun to see you guys create stuff and engage with us like that. So expect more in the future. I definitely want to do them. And if it's been a long time, feel free to let me know. If we think that it's a good time, let's try it. So with that said, those are our winners. Everybody that participated is going to get like a nice bundle of Super Brie, and we'll be contacting everyone. So make sure to check your accounts and be able to get back to us with kind of your MouseHunt ID. If you need help finding that, let me see. You can. Oh, I gotta claim my my cheese chest in game. Okay, so if you need to find your MouseHunt ID, you can click the shield on the camp or profile to go into your profile. And then just at the top of the kind of profile box is your hunter ID. And I believe that that's what we will use. I might be mistaken. Maybe there's a different link that they'll request, but they'll deal with that. You can figure that out. But again, thank you everybody who participated. Love it. Awesome stuff. So we might as well just kind of jump right into artwork now. I started the this fancy trap earlier. Well, 2 weeks ago, I guess. And let me just kind of bring this chat here so I can potentially keep an eye on it. And now we have to have a clown mouse. Is that just to spite me? I'm not going to say no if people really want one. But I mean, where could you put a clown in this game? Oh, wait. There is a program that I need to run so I don't accidentally There it is. All right, set on top and opacity, enable locking. Okay. Now I can like work on stuff behind this and not accidentally click it. And maybe even follow the chat. Wouldn't that be grand? Okay. So, for this, we were kind of going for a kind of like a gold leaf, kind of layered, really kind of just fancy feel for it. It's a big departure from the original trap. Let's see if I can find that. So this is the original trap. I feel like it was a bit of a struggle to try and figure out where to take it, and we fiddled with a whole bunch of things. It kind of like stayed relatively close to this for quite a while, but then for whatever reason we just kind of like went totally different direction. But I was enjoying this. I think it's not bad. I'm not like totally, you know, perfectly happy with it, but I'm not unhappy with it. Actually, I think right now I will leave the click-through off so I can kind of scroll up and down if I need to. Yeah, so I don't know how long I'll stream today. I'm gonna just try and get this done, but depending on how well this goes, it might be fast or it might be slow. And I think that I'll probably stop the stream by 5 p.m. my time, if I'm not done before then. But we'll just get to work on it, because that way it'll get done sooner. So one of the kind of like things we were discussing the last time was kind of like what materials it could be composed of. So we had kind of like, oh yeah, I wanted to like do a whole like filigree along kind of like a bunch of areas, make it fancy. We have a gem, so we got one thing. We got purple. The you know, charging my lasers purple here. We got gold. That's going to be a lot of gold, layered gold. We were originally talking about like marble and gold, and that's like you can really do some cool kind of like things with that. So we might try that. Right now, I believe I'm still just kind of breaking up the layers, which I'm not used to working in so many layers, but I think it'll make it a lot easier because I have so much detail to work through. But like, instead of it all being layered gold, it could be, you know, marble gold, or something like that. But right now, I do have a visual in my head of it being entirely layers of gold and just looking very fine and delicate. Although right now I'm not sure if it comes across that way. But if it kind of has like, if it's all just sheets of thin gold, and it's like reflecting in interesting ways, I think it'll actually end up looking really incredible. And then there was kind of like the idea of having like velvet or, you know, the marble. And yeah, I think we'll just go as we are on this. So right now what I've been doing was just kind of creating the various layers so that I can kind of hopefully work on this with a little bit more ease. So I'm just going to start doing the bottom jaw, since the top jaw I think is kind of layered up enough to continue working. All right, so I haven't been paying very close attention to the chat, so I should probably actually kind of make sure I haven't missed anything important. So I'm going to just skim real quick. At least you can kind of see where I am at it. Yes. All right, saying hello. Birthday bash. All right, everybody's doing good. That is good. Oh, it sounds like it's raining out. Oh, maybe even hail. Fun. At least no one's outside to get hailed on. Yeah, definitely tough contest. There is so many amazing entries and just like really, really creative, clever ideas. Yeah, everyone sharing some wonderful comments about and good jokes about just kind of the entries and just loving them. Yeah, I agree. Oh no, clown in a very tiny car. All right, yeah. So, um, cool program. What is it? If you're talking about my drawing program, this is Photoshop. It should be the latest version. Actually, it might not be because I know the latest version changed all my hotkeys and I got frustrated at the office with it. So I think I stopped the updating. So it might be CC 2018. Otherwise, if it's kind of the what I use to keep this window on top, I believe it's called window top. Yeah, that's probably what you were asking about. It's handy for specifically this kind of stuff. So yeah, one of the mouse hunters shared that program with me because I was talking about wanting something that I could kind of like have on screen so I wouldn't miss the chat nearly as much as I usually do. All right. So the red thing hovering in the dragon's mouth is going to be kind of like a precious gem because I'm going to go for this whole very, regally kind of valuable looking design. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, the mailbox from the Time Lord mouse drawing could be a good trap too. That is a neat idea actually. Because anytime if you put stuff in a mailbox, just gone. Where does it go? But yeah, don't climb in there. Only mice allowed. Don't put mice in mailboxes. Like a focus the laser gem. Sure. I just kind of like threw it in there. The true secret is when I design stuff, I don't really have a plan. I just kind of make it, and someone else gets to figure out how it works, like Franco. Let's do the resizing. Come on. No, why won't it let me do it? There we go. Nope. Maybe I shouldn't be using my stylus to do this. Calm down, computer. Okay, there we go. I just wanted to kind of fill up the space. All right. Now Wash is upset because it's raining out. He's scared of the rain. Poor boy. Poor scaredy boy. Okay, so let me just figure out what layer I need to be on. So there is a background or a jaw layer back here, so that's handy. Just trying to figure out how I set up this file. All right, so this is my main kind of base layer, where all the other layers above it are kind of like contained within its kind of pixels. So if I try and draw outside of that, it is it won't show it. So let's just start putting some stuff down. So this is a new layer here. And I'm just going to work from back to front, because that should be the easiest way. So I'm just trying to think of what will be kind of like the next layer of stuff. I don't know if there will be too much on this one. And hopefully this process won't take too much longer. I know that it's eaten up a lot of the time on it already, so I don't want to. I want to get to rendering it. That's my favorite part, It's where this goes from just looking like flat colors to, reflective metals and just kind of have a lot more fun. So I think there's nothing more on that layer that I really need. I just want to kind of have those teeth kind of pop out. Alright, so then this one, we'll use a dark color. It doesn't actually matter what color I use on these layers right now. I just need to make sure that they're distinct from each other. Alright. So that I can see where I filled it in and where it's missing it. Yeah, I'll let that cover it up. And honestly, like this work I'm doing right here, it's kind of hard to like share my thoughts on it as easily because I'm just kind of like, I don't know, filling in shapes. Probably the most boring part of this piece. Alright, actually, you know what? This might just be the whole front layer here. Although, no, actually, I think I might put one layer in between it. Yeah. Okay. I'm like just trying to figure out this design I created. I made it nice and weird and complicated for myself. Good, good, as it should be. Alright, maybe I will have this one be up here, and I'll fill in this. No, I will not. That is the wrong layer. Okay, I will fill in this. Aha, that's where I actually wanted to paint. I know what's happening. I know what's going on. Oh, no one saw your entries. Uh-oh. Yeah, make sure that that you send the entries our way. I definitely don't want to miss anything that anyone created, and I believe that well, I'll talk to Michelle, and you know, when we see your entries, we'll make sure that you know we honor them. So sorry that we missed them. The way that we kind of like looked for them was we used the MouseHunt birthday hashtag, I believe, or I forget what it was called exactly, but there was a hashtag. So anyone who might not have used that, or for whatever reason, yeah, it's possible we missed. So I apologize for that. But yeah, we'll make that right. We want to see it for sure. For sure, for sure. All right, so this one I'm going to put behind. I'll just grab this purpley color, because again, it doesn't matter what color I use, I just need it to be distinct. So I can see if I missed anywhere. Oh, maybe because there was a space? Interesting. Okay. Well, let me see if I can find that right now. Bum, 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 bum. Hmm. I am not having any luck finding it right now, unfortunately. But yeah, feel free to. Hello, Stephanie May. Hi. How is it going? Yeah, feel free to like send it to me directly. You can go to my art page and message me it, and also yeah, just I would love to see it, and I'll make sure to share it with the team too, because we obviously want to see everybody's entries, and we're so sorry that that got missed. I don't know how, but that is an unfortunate thing. But we'll make sure that we all see it, and you know send me the image and your hunter ID if you don't mind. Um, oh, it wasn't set to public. Ah, but okay. Well, that would be why. Oopsies. That sounds like something that I would have done by accident. I do that kind of stuff. All right. So I'm going to do another layer here. And I'll just use a light color here. This one I'm going to... See, now we're getting into the, like, I've made this difficult for myself area, because this one that I'm painting right now is supposed to go above that layer, but below this one and below this one, we might be able to do it. We might be able to do it. We'll see. Yeah, there's going to be, like, I don't know. It's going to be difficult because I think there's going to be some weaving where it's like it needs to be above and below layers that won't interact in those ways. So eventually I'm just going to have to just accept my fate, merge it all together, which is my favorite actually. Okay. I see, I see. Loot party, party loot. All right. Loot big trap. Oh, okay. Yeah, I like that. That's fun. Actually, it would make me think of it could work as almost like uh, the Forgotten Trap, the what is it? The Ancient Box Trap. It makes me think of that style. That's cool. I like it. Is that like marker and colored pencil, I think? I like how it's like cut out too. That's neat. Very cool. Very fun. I like it. I like it. Awesome. Yeah. So message my art account, and I'll make sure that that gets sorted out. Beautiful work. I like it. Thank you so much for sharing it. Yeah, actually, let me pop it up here real quick so that people can see it. Okay, come on, open up. Here we go. The loot bag trap. I was curious to see as well what was inside the loot bag trap. Man, what if it had like a special effect on the trap where it like drops extra loot when you catch mice with it? That'd be neat. Cool stuff. Very nice. I like it. It drops more confetti because everybody doesn't have enough of that. The best item confetti. Yeah, it just drops non-stop confetti. I like it. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. All right. Let me just make sure that. Make sure that if anyone messaged my art account right now. No new messages yet. Okay, cool. All right. I just didn't want to miss another entry if there is one. 3 more. Ooh. Heck yeah. All right. Ooh. Oh my gosh, these are amazing. That's awesome. Okay, here. Thank you for grabbing those for me. Thank you so much. All right. So here is another one by Stephanie. That is awesome. I like how there is so many like uh, of kind of like this idea, but like they're all done in different ways, and kind of like, you know, it's like this kind of great idea that, you know, is just very cool to see everyone's kind of ways that they came at it. And this one's awesome. This made me chuckle. Very cute mouse dressed up as a piñata. I didn't notice the mouse face at first, but that's awesome. Very well done. I like that. This one also made me laugh. This is really clever. Very clever. I like it. Get those birthday spanks. 12 of them. That's awesome. If I had to, you know, go up to this machine, I'd kind of like dial that down a little though. Or maybe I'd turn it even higher. Who knows? But yeah, that's awesome. Like it like has to load up, and like it's plugged in to like get extra like power and slappability. Very cool. Some great ideas. They're really fun. Well, I mean, the thing is, the truth is, you know, like there's always something in people's work that is just, you know, unique and awesome, and needs to be acknowledged, because that's where you grow. You know, you find what is working, and kind of, you know, develop that. And then also, you know, like when it comes to kind of like critiquing stuff, it's kind of like, well, here's what's awesome. Here's what is really brilliant and beautiful and great ideas. Like so many of these are like so clever that like I'm like, I couldn't have come up with that idea. Like that paddywhack one is so brilliant. I think that's hilarious. Um, and then of course, you know, like it's like, here's what you're doing amazing, keep doing that. And then there's also always kind of like, if people are interested, like here's where you're like close, and how to improve to get to the next step, kind of thing. And you critique on that, and then that's kind of probably one of the best ways to grow as an artist, to be able to kind of identify those 2 points, you know. um, Here's what you're doing amazing, keep doing it. Here's where you can kind of like push and go a little further and a little further. And every time you do that, you kind of like can look back and be like, oh, I see where I've grown. Or even one of the interesting things that people have when they're kind of like on their art journey is they kind of like are working on something, and it suddenly becomes more difficult than it used to be. And, you know, it's like an art block thing, but it's also kind of a good sign, in a weird way, because it actually means that a lot of the time you're kind of like stepping onto that next kind of level, and you're struggling a little because you know something is off, and you're like figuring it out and like applying it, and you're like seeing that happening, and you're kind of, you know, evolving right then and there. And so that's kind of often what can cause art block. So why it's a struggle, but also when you break through, you're just like, that's it, this is so good, you know, like, and then a lot of time you can kind of like look back and be like, hey, when you look back and you're like, I don't like that art so much. Like I do that with MouseHunt all the time, because, you know, it's so old that I've grown a pretty good amount, I would imagine. But when I look back at old art that I've done in the game, I'm like, oh, it's so bad. Oh no, like that's a good thing, because, you know, that means you've kind of grown, and you know how to do things better now, and where you kind of like take it next. Art talk. All right, class, back to the assignment. So thank you again for sharing that. That's wonderful stuff. I'm so happy that I got to see it. And I'll make sure to kind of send that out to the rest of the team so they can all enjoy it. I think that they're going to really love the ideas. They're really fun. So let's see if I can kind of actually finish what I'm doing here so I can start rendering. All right, so I'll just quickly do that layer. Hey, why not this one as well? We'll just share that layer. once I actually like start to do some really basic rendering on this, using these layers that I've set up for myself, then I'll be flying. Nope, needs to be below that layer. Yeah, all right, now we're good. This one here, sure. Because the layers are like kind of going in and out from each other, it's kind of hard to decide what one does what. But I just have to pick. I'll make this one go up in here, and then this one above, let's just use right here. It's kind of interfering with that tooth one there, but oh well. We'll figure it out. And this one, sure, let's just use right here as well. Kind of not ideal how that interacts there, but we'll just roll with it. Okay, so I think hopefully, maybe, we have enough layers to actually kind of like do this thing. The purple I will now change to that, sure. All right, actually I will go around and lock the transparency on each of these layers so they can actually use them as intended. All right, and so one of the things I'm probably gonna do is, let's go a little warmer, I think. But we're gonna just kind of create, right now I'm picturing it where it's all like gold. And I think that if it's all kind of like the same gold, it'll actually have a nice effect when everything's layering and reflecting and stuff. It's going to be really complicated to draw, especially if I try to use these layers for too long. It's going to be like, what layer do I have to be on now? And jumping around between them. But right now, I think I want to kind of go a little bit more, a little darker, a little warmer. Doesn't need to be too far, but this is going to kind of set the base values, and I think I might just go through it all like this. This is probably the worst way to tackle this, but this is what I'm doing now. Oops. And sure, why not this one too? Oops, did it again. Missed one, okay. All right, so then, now I can start with the top layer. Let's just take kind of maybe like a medium gold. This is just kind of like imagining there's no really specific lighting on it right now. It's just kind of like the ambient lighting of the environment. Hello, Pika. And I'll just kind of gently brush that across to lighten it up. And because of the forms, I'm just going to try and kind of capture the angles right now. There's going to be kind of layer, like passes that I do on this. The first pass, I'm just going to kind of create the shapes and the very, very simple gradients to kind of like convey, oh, it's wrapping this way. It's kind of turning away from the light, stuff like that. Right now, the lighting is kind of coming from above, top right. That's kind of always where it comes from. I'll just do a quick little, arrow to indicate my light. So it'd be like coming in at this kind of angle, a little bit behind. I don't know if that's as clear, but it's like from behind a little bit, coming down. Probably not that steep, to be honest, so I'll flatten that out just a little bit more. Yeah, so that's kind of the angle that I am imagining the light is coming from. I'll definitely be changing the gem. That was just a really quick kind of placeholder version for it. I think it'll be cool to like make it look fancy, and the lighting's probably going to be tweaked on that as well. Okay, let's give this a flip too. We need to flip stuff frequently enough. It just helps you kind of like see where things are a little off. Right now we're not. Why is it taking so long? I'm concerned. Please don't crash. If it okay, you know, I'm gonna give it a save. Oops. Oh, it didn't matter if I moved that. All right, save. Okay, it is saved. What was I saying? Right now, like, we're not struggling with specific anatomy or anything, so it probably won't reveal a lot by flipping, but it's also useful just to kind of like get just fresh eyes on it, and flipping it gives you that very easily, which is why I like to use it frequently. Okay, so then next layer, let's see if I can even find it. Haha, yeah, okay, so it's going to be right below. That makes sense. And so for this one, because it's stacked directly below it, I can also bring in some like shading on it. Now, because it's gold, it's actually going to be very reflective, but that'll come in a later pass. So my first pass is going to be just kind of like really quick and general lighting, just to kind of like break these layers apart, but then I'll start to kind of come back and like add in specific lighting, like the actual kind of sunlight or something coming in. The beam might be kind of producing that purple light that will interact with the gold somehow. And then the reflecting is going to be a major kind of part of it, and that's where it's going to really start to change how it looks pretty significantly, in fact. So right now I'm just doing like a basic cast shadow, because I'm imagining this gold isn't like 100% reflective. It's mostly reflective, but it'll still kind of like get light kind of cast onto it. We'll see as we go. All right, so next one. Thankfully this is a little bit of a quicker step. And honestly, like once I'm done this, I'm tempted to just start merging already, which is maybe foolhardy, but you know me. All right, so I probably went a little bit light on that. I'm gonna bring it back. I really only kind of want the top surface to be the most lit. In fact, I might lighten up this one quite a bit more, just so that I have more range to work with. So that seems okay. I'll lighten up just the top of this one too, because it's also kind of catching the same light in those spots. So that's good. I should actually do a sphere test, which is a thing I like to do. It helps me kind of figure out my materials early on, and I can easily reference that at any point in time. So let me show you that, in case you've never seen me do this. I just kind of create a simple circle. I fill it in with the color I'm kind of creating this material using, and then I'll just render it as if it's a ball. And this one I'll probably go full out on the rendering, like make it look shiny and gold, just because, you know, why not? It'll help me kind of figure out where I need the lighting to go to. But basically, I can use this as a tool to kind of like, oh, what would this angle, what kind of light would be hitting right here? I can kind of just look at the same angle on the ball, grab that color, and brush it in there. And that can kind of like really quickly, really easily help you kind of figure out what needs to be going on. And so because it's metallic and highlighted, like there's you know, some good reflections going on. The actual light source would be like reflected on the surface of this, and because of that, it actually is in a different spot than you might expect. Like the light is most directly hitting here, for example, but then where the light source is actually shown, where you see it, in the reflection would be kind of closer to you, at least on a sphere like this. There's a lot of kind of like, you know, specific stuff that, you know, why it is that way that I don't think we want to go into right now. And I'm not the best at explaining it, unfortunately. But that's just how it is with specular reflections. And then the underside is going to be bouncing light as well. It's going to be reflecting kind of the ground. And I like to kind of go a little more neutral, bring in those grays. It's kind of cooler. And maybe like on the kind of top right side currently, because it's flipped, it'll be reflecting the sky. So it'll be lighter, especially since it's rolling away from us. It's going to catch more and more light reflecting off of it into our eyes, just because of the surface material. So I'm going to lighten that up, and because it's the material it is, it can only reflect a certain kind of range of wavelength, so it won't kind of reflect like, you know, bright blues of the sky or something. It'd kind of like do a more kind of yellowy, gray kind of reflection, maybe even green, a little bit more green perhaps. But that's just kind of how surfaces can act. Or at least that's how I interpret them in my art. Who knows how accurate I actually am. And then just to pump up that like that metallic feel, I like to kind of get some really kind of sharp contrast. And basically what this line here is the actual kind of environment horizon. Like this is just a reflection of everything around this sphere. So you know, this is like trees in the horizon or something. This is the sky up here. Might even kind of make that more gray overall. And then like down here is the ground. Let me see what I'm missing. Oh, thanks, Michelle, for taking care of that. That's wonderful. Yeah, we didn't outline how many entries people could make. It's been a while since we've done art contests, and we haven't kind of organized it this way yet. So we learned a lot from doing it this past time, and we're gonna kind of like use the things we've learned to kind of be able to organize it even more efficiently with kind of like more specific outline details, what the prizes will be, those kinds of things. Now that we've kind of done it again, since I used to do it way back when, and I was really bad at it. Like I wouldn't, like I would just kind of be judging it alone, and like it would take forever for me to actually like do that properly. And so yeah, we're gonna do better at it in the future too, because we're learning as we go. But overall, I think this was a pretty good success. I hope you agree. All right, so that's just kind of like a quick example of the gold material, and then this just lets me kind of reference it anytime I need. I'm gonna paint a little bit of that gray. It feels a little too blue for the gold. Maybe I'll just bring in this color here. Yeah, it feels a little better. Around the edges. Yeah, I'm definitely going to do a Halloween one when that comes up again, because that's just super fun. Halloween is my favorite season, or event, holiday, whatever. Anything can happen on Halloween. Okay. So that's just a reference kind of sphere test for me. But I can basically just grab a color now And now that I have that, I can be like, okay, well, what angle is this part right here? Let me just grab that and boom, paint it in, and then maybe this angle here. And it just kind of lets me more easily just kind of fill in and keep it consistent. All right, so we're starting to get a little bit darker down here. And then this kind of folds out again, so it'll kind of brighten up again because it's turning upward. And then I just have like a really, really mushy smoothing brush, which is a thing I'm a big fan of. I use it all the time. It's like a really chunky smoothing brush. I got it from Sam Nielsen, who is kind of one of my online art teachers that I had a few times now. And actually, Lauren just recently did a lighting course with him, and Maxine's going to be doing one soon too. But he's just a very, very, very good teacher. So turn the sketch down a little bit. But I learned the sphere test from him. Got this really good smoothing brush from him. All right, so this is kind of rolling away from us, or rolling away from the light a bit. Probably going to have a little bit more of a highlight there. And another thing with metal is you want to kind of like have really kind of like sharp, distinct kind of streaks going through it. It's just kind of like one of the things that helps make it look more metal. This might get like a dark line right there. All right, and then back up to surface is kind of pointed upward. And I'm not totally sold on this gold kind of coloring just yet. Like it feels a little more bronze, perhaps. I think I might need to get more yellow into it, maybe. But when I'm kind of like done this pass, I think I'll kind of address that gold feeling. Like one of the things that I also really like is using something called color dodge. I find that that's one of my favorite things when it comes to creating metal. And basically, it just kind of like super amplifies colors that you use. So, boom, like that suddenly just feels a lot more kind of gold. So I'm using like a really bright yellow, and then my brush is set to color dodge, and painting on the same layer as the other, as the kind of like the full thing. It uses the colors that are already down there, and then just kind of like depending on what it is, it goes crazy on them. So it's super good for doing metals. So if you're using digital painting stuff, if you need to kind of render metal, kind of just like try and kind of do the base version of it, and then like see what happens when you go over it with a bright kind of metallic-y color of that, and it'll just punch it up, and it's awesome. It always delivers for me. You got to learn how to use it, but like once it works, you're just like, well, can do pretty cool looking metal now. That's just how it is. Thanks, Color Dodge. All right, so yeah, I'm gonna bring more of this yellow in. It just feels a little more. Yeah. All right. Yeah, exactly. It has that bronze to start, and it might still kind of feel that way for a bit. I think maybe I do need to get more maybe greens in the shadows, although that doesn't necessarily take it too far away from bronze. I should probably actually have some gold reference. That's a super important thing to do, is actually use a reference. I know like some people are like, no, you shouldn't. but they're wrong. Reference is good and important. All right. There's like so many reference images on Google of gold, but I'm like, but what one do I want to use? So many options, and they all look pretty much the same. All right. Well, I have gold reference. I'll just go with it. I think less of this gray might actually be useful for it. I think I'm kind of letting a little too much color escape. Ooh. Oh, I'm not on the right layer, that's why. Gold kind of seems to maintain either, you know, really, like, it's always quite saturated, I guess. So I could try using a saturation brush. Yeah, you know what, that actually does feel more metallic overall anyways. Like, I let it kind of lose a little too much. Okay, so let me lighten up the whole sky with this. Maybe I want this to go more to the white. And this can be more yellow. Yeah. Keep that saturation, I think. And then just kind of like having some other kind of reflections in it will make it feel more kind of metallic. It's a little arbitrary where I'm putting that. Like, technically, if I wanted this sphere to be in this space, I would actually be reflecting the trap itself. It'd be more like something like that. I think that's a good enough reference right now, though. I'll just leave it. Oh, Pika is on my lap, and I'm boiling, and I'm wearing a hoodie. I don't need to be. It's way too hot for this, so. Whew. Too toasty. MouseHunt birthday. Okay. Oof. Yeah, so I'm gonna get more yellow up in the top. Okay. Am I on the right layer? Nope. Of course not. Whoa. Big grumbles from Wash. So again, I'm just kind of like grabbing what angle that is off of the sphere, and I'm gonna go around and kind of do the whole head like this. So it could take a little while, but hopefully it'll come together relatively quickly. But yeah, I'm just kind of imagining what angle each of these parts are in space, and then just grabbing that part of the ball to try and make that look right. Okay. All right. So back to the layer below. I'm going to try and do the same deal. And I do have kind of that cast drop shadow, and I'll just try and kind of like avoid going over that too much because I'm just going to have reflections in those spots anyways. And it'll help me see where I've broken it up to leave that. And it's relatively the same angle, so I'll just kind of use the same selections. And where I have reflections happening, I'm going to kind of have like more saturated light bouncing between them, the surfaces, because it's kind of like when light comes in and bounces off of that surface and hits another surface really close by, that bounces off that surface and goes back down onto the first one, and maybe back into your eye. But when it does that, it kind of like loses more of the colors and becomes more and more kind of specific to that surface. So it kind of gets more like saturated in specific ways, which is why I like to create my bounce light to be more and more kind of like a specific color, and it gets, you know, quite saturated, but it loses a lot of light at the same time, so it gets darker and more saturated. And yeah, that's just kind of how I imagine it working, and it kind of, you know, it seems like it works out when I paint that way, so I figure just keep doing that. Alright, so that is the next layer. And now I'm just gonna layer below. Okay, so this is maybe more this angle. We're starting to get close to the horizon in the reflection. Up here, we're again still facing very skyward, but this rolls off pretty quick here. Get more of this kind of color here. I'll just fill this in really quick. Still nothing is like actually kind of facing the horizon yet, so we don't get that like super dramatic horizon line going on, but the next few I think are going to start to do that. I do want to darken this more here. And then again, this kind of lifts up at the end. Alright, and then we can just use our smudge brush, just kind of blend some of those a little bit, and then let's just bring in really dark color just to help separate the layers for now. Actually, you know what? I might as well just start with the bounce light. So, ooh, I don't know how I picked gray. Oops. At any rate, nice kind of deep, saturated kind of color. Just reflecting the underside of this. Actually, I think I would lighten that up quite a bit. Yeah, because it's going to be like bouncing light into that, so it's not like complete shadow or anything. Yeah, it's maybe a little too red, but we're going to be doing a lot of tweaking as we go. I'll even add a little bit on this one. Wrong layer. How did I select? What is happening? Oh, I'm in the crop tool. That's not what I want. Accidentally hit the wrong hotkey. Yeah, it feels very bronze with the red. Maybe it does need to be more black. Oh, I gotta check my Slack. Okay. What? This is awesome. Dagnabbit. Okay. Can't believe we missed this too. All right. All right. All right, Ben. All right, Ben. That's super fun. What a fun piece. Talk about like a scene, right? This is really neat. Like I like how you like combine so many things to make this just like prepping a cake. The carrot cake slayer trap. It's on a quest to see a MouseHunt kingdom free of all forms of carrot cake tyranny. What do you got against carrot cake? It's my favorite. Why not have a delicious marble cake instead? Tactical trap. That's cool. That's funny. Gains an enormous power bonus when armed with a carrot or a cake base other than the carrot. That's really clever. I like that. That's super fun. Awesome work. This is really cool. Very fun. Very fun. I like it a lot. Very clever. Don't know what you have against carrot cake though. I mean that's unacceptable. Unacceptable. Carrot cake is so good. Do I have any areas, themes, concepts I love, but I haven't had the chance to do? Yeah. Oh, definitely. Like, I want to go into space at some point. We're kind of working our way towards it. I think. Like, we'll get there. We're gonna go to space. Mm. Um, like, there's so many that I want to do more of. Like, I want to do more kind of steampunk stuff. Big kind of like cool monsters. Um, like I don't know, like there's so many possibilities and so many things. I kind of like get hyped about any new kind of idea. Like um, we were discussing an idea of kind of like doing like a very whimsical kind of rolling highlands kind of feeling area, uh, and like just kind of like uh, a music concert or like uh, a kind of carnival thing. Like there are so many kind of like things to try. More like superhero stuff too. All kinds of stuff. My goodness, like there is so many things to try. Um, Never run out of ideas, to be honest. And you know, a bunch of them even come from you guys when you share your kind of concepts and stuff. We love looking at those and getting inspired. Um, yeah, like I also want to like do like um, like dungeon delving even more. Obviously, the floating islands is something that I'm hoping we get to kind of like do more of. And yeah, like again, yeah, there's just so much. But you know, we work on what makes sense where we can, and we'll get through and like find what's right at the time. That's kind of thing. We need to like work on what we can manage and deliver effectively to you guys. But yeah, there are so many ideas for content that I would love to do. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Valor Rift is very dungeony, um, and it thematically was kind of made to kind of do that. But even so, like I think there's even more kind of stuff that's unexplored in that realm. But not saying that's what we're kind of going to be doing at all. But you know, I just enjoy that aesthetic, and like high fantasy stuff is super fun. And there's plenty of that. But like I'm always down for more. But yeah, I think one of the things I want to do more of is just kind of more fun, silly, whimsy stuff. Because that's pretty MouseHunt kind of like MouseHunt enjoys kind of putting that stuff in. We've done quite a bit of it, but I feel like it's maybe been a while since we've done it. So a little more of that would be good. But yeah, I mean, honestly, there's just so many, so many ideas. Yeah, space is a big one, I would say. I think that'd be really fun. But I feel like that's still, we kind of like need to build the storyline to be able to go there. Alright, so it's starting to feel a little bit better. I think it still has that kind of coppery feel, but I think once I do the full pass on this and I start getting reflections going and getting almost kind of like a little bit of a gold leaf effect where there's a little more kind of glitteriness in a sense. The foiling, I think it'll kind of start to feel more and more gold as we go. Also, the kind of like color dodge brush technique, I think, is also something that will actually help. But I like to kind of do that a little later on in the process. Right. Oop, wrong layer for that. This layer. Yeah. All right. And I'm getting a little caught up on these layers. I think I need to just keep on rolling until it's all kind of filled in, and then I can get picky with how everything is kind of coming together and looking. Because especially with a piece like this, there's just so many things to fill in with it, and I could easily get stuck on little minute details for way too long, which is why when I started the stream, I'm like, well, this is my plan. Who knows if we'll actually finish it. But if I kind of like take on the right priorities, it should be doable. Yeah, again, part of the challenge is being like, okay, what layer do I need to be on right now? So once I have this all blocked in, I'll be able to like flatten it, and it'll honestly be easier. So I don't need to worry about switching to the correct layer. And I can kind of like push and pull the shapes where I think it'll improve the composition as well. All right, so we're starting to just about have it face where it's going to reflect the horizon. Maybe I'll add it just right at the tooth here. It feels like it kind of like folds in and down, and then back here it kind of flares out. I'm kind of like almost imagining like a samurai helmet where it kind of has that. Maybe just Shredder, I don't know. Fort Rocks links to space. Yeah. Like the thing is, there's so many like areas that have kind of like elements that I want to explore more of. Like if we did space, I'd want to go like almost like spaceships and like that kind of level of it, you know, where it's like super high tech, kind of fun stuff like that. Because that's a genre that I'm personally super into. But you know, it's not necessarily the cup of tea for MouseHunt, but we'll see if we end up going there. I know that Lauren's also super into that too, so we're both like, yeah, let's do it. Yeah, like part of it is we want to kind of like make it make sense in the MouseHunt universe, so we want there to be kind of like a flow into it where we're not just suddenly like, okay, everyone, you're in space now. But I think we kind of know how to do that stuff, so we'll figure it out when the time is right. All right, I'm getting caught up on little details. Gotta keep moving. Gotta keep moving. All right, so next layer. Yep. Oh, actually, these are probably facing far enough down to catch that, except for the one I'm painting just now. But I should go back and add those reflections, I guess. So like just on the tip of this one, maybe, but it'll still kind of reflect at the very edges a little more light. And then this one up here is where we're really going to start to capture that. And like by doing this kind of stuff, it's going to really kind of pump up that metallic feel. Again, I do think it is a little warm. Maybe the reflective color is a little too red for it to feel gold. So I'll try kind of going a little more yellow in that, and that might do it. And then this top one here, maybe just the edge of this. Am I on the right layer? No. What layer? Oh, this? Oh, it's the same layer, right? All right. I'll leave it at that for now. Because honestly, there's just going to be so much rendering to do. All right, so this one could get probably the highlight directly. Yeah, honestly, it's probably going to be even faster when I flatten it. Okay, let me make sure I haven't missed any spots. Aha, I did. Ah, we go all the way down here. Very good. Okay, so here, it's an interesting thing. Because it's broken up into layers, I might actually just erase away right here. I said erase away right here so that it doesn't overlap, but it looks like it goes under that one. Because I know that was one of the ones that I wanted to weave together, but the layer order would not allow it. Alright, so lock that layer again, back to my main brush, and let's just get these reflections in really quick and dirty. Honestly, maybe I should just fill with this color first, and then I'll be able to see that layer and work off of that. That'd probably be the easiest. Okay, so there's a couple of spots where like there's just missing pixels. Just need to turn off the layer lock for a second to fill those in. Okay, and get that bright yellow up here. Again, more kind of layering messiness. This is partially why I don't like working in layers, it's just a lot of extra work. But for this thing, it honestly is required at this stage, but soon, once I block this all in, which is another reason why I should just power through it really quick, so I can actually do the rendering I want. Capital city of mice in the fiery warpath would be a cool idea too. Ooh, yeah, actually that would be neat. Yeah, the iceberg's origin, polar area, that is actually another idea that I would like to explore at some point. Kind of like, where does the iceberg come from? I kind of imagine when I look at the map, the northern region could have something cool up there. Who knows what specifically? Perhaps I do, but won't reveal any of that yet. But yeah, like that would be pretty cool. Like more of that. Cool, literally. Yeah, definitely. All right, cool. I'm just gonna keep moving on this. No need to get caught up in the details just yet. Next layer. All right, let's do that thing that I said. Okay, so we'll grab that bounce light. Now I know, okay, there's a piece up here. Let's just kind of quickly block that in. Grab that yellow. Cool, cool, cool. All right, and then this one. Boom. Kind of comes out a bit right there, so I'm kind of capturing that movement where it kind of angles upwards right here, and then starts to kind of roll away down again and down. So now you, just from that kind of gradient, you can kind of get a feeling of the shape of it, hopefully. And there's some interesting stuff that happens when it's like a sheet that is bent a bit, kind of like how I'm picturing a lot of this, where it's like really flat, like a piece of paper cut at like a triangle, long triangle, and coming off the cheek, and then it kind of has that kind of roll to it, because it's like totally flat on one of the like in one of the directions, like horizontally, let's say. The reflection that it's casting is kind of like wide and regular, but then because when it's kind of rippling that, where it ripples, it kind of stretches the reflection and contracts the reflection, kind of like if you've ever been in like one of those crazy mirror places, the funhouse, when you like go to one of those mirrors that is like wavy, it's kind of like, you know, horizontally it is flat, like it is like a regular mirror horizontally. It's not kind of bowed in or out, it's flat. But then vertically it kind of comes in and out, and so that's why, like, when you look at it, it's like stretching and squashing and stretching and squashing. And so that's kind of the same idea that I'm going to be applying to the metal, because shiny metal acts like its own kind of mirror surface. I'm imagining these kind of flat kind of ribbons as that kind of like wavy mirror effect, where it's, you know, just going to be stretching and squashing light. And that's kind of how I imagine it. Whereas a sphere is the same thing. It's just, instead of it being kind of like, you know, wavy on one kind of axis, it's wavy on both axes. So it's like it's kind of condensing it this way and this way, and, you know, in every direction effectively. So it just kind of like squishes it all in. Yeah. Yeah, the dream is to kind of make stuff that is kind of like, you know, lifelike enough. That's my goal, is to kind of like capture something that someone could be like, hey, that looks like, you know, it could have been a stylized picture or something like that. I don't know. Okay, so this one is like really kind of, the angle is very different. It's kind of coming down, whereas the other ones are kind of like wrapping around. This one's kind of jutting forward. So it's at a pretty different angle than the rest. So it's kind of more here, whereas the other ones are more kind of up here. Although the colors are going to be relatively the same. This one's probably going to get like, boom, the actual highlight on the tooth or something like that. I'll probably make it smaller. but then that also means that what it's reflecting is going to be a little bit different. It's going to be reflecting the top tooth there, the underside of this probably to here maybe. Also, like where it's kind of, you know, getting closer to touching it, like on the sides, I imagine maybe they kind of come closer together. The distance of that kind of reflection is going to get tighter here because it's getting closer and closer. Whereas, I switched layers. I really gotta activate my tool that disables hotkeys, because that's what I've had to do to solve that issue. Auto hotkey. That's what I use. Oop. That's not what I meant to open. Don't search online. You have this program, computer. Figure it out. Run command. Why are you being so difficult? Alright, I'll just open the file that I created directly. Sorry. I need to like have this as a startup thing just automatically, because I restarted my computer recently. I forgot to reactivate this little thing. There it is. All right, it's running now. And okay. All right. I'll stop fiddling with that. I think I'm good. I'll try and make that easier to activate in the future, but just not right now. Yeah, it's a handy little thing for me. I have it kind of made, I kind of set it up to be able to do some productivity things. Change the tooth shape there to be a little more pointy. Although I'll do that later. I don't need to mess with that right now. Okay, where was I? All right, so we were just finishing up this layer. I think that's probably in a good enough spot. So now let's do this one. This one's very, very horizontal now. We're getting into kind of really kind of downward facing angle. So it's still kind of rolling a bit here, but then we're probably even capturing the horizon line on those edges there. And it's really kind of stretching that light there. You can see these angles here just kind of doing that. All right. And I do want to keep that still relatively bright because I think the teeth in the back are going to benefit from that. They'll kind of silhouette against it nicer. Although where this light is, now I want to make them dark, just so that there's better contrast. So this is a little like complicated and hard to kind of like figure out. So there's just so many different ways to interpret it. But again, once I kind of block it all in, it'll be easier for me to kind of see where things could be pushed and pulled and how. So this is kind of like imagining what reflecting of the layer just above could look like underneath. And there's so much light kind of bouncing on these ones specifically that you might kind of have the bounce light kind of get blown out a bit on the edges. Alright, oh, getting too specific again. I think I missed a spot. Yeah, I did. Alright, cool. There's a lot to do on this still. We are coming up on lunch in 13 minutes. Okay, so I still need to do this layer. And I also missed more on the layer above. So I'll have to go and do that. This might start to get that, yeah, it'll probably start to capture the dark horizon reflection, maybe like right there. And I think it'll start to like really kind of come together when I get this lower jaw mixing with this. So we'll start to get those like more interesting reflections. Alright, so this I still need to get a little bit on the tooth here and this tooth here. I want to lighten that up just a little so it can stand out a bit better. Yeah, I think I'm going to try and add gems and jewels, and maybe even filigree, but like time specific perhaps. So we'll see. We'll see as we go. All right. Oh, it might just be the very bottom layer that has that edge. Need to figure out where those triangles above. There's one. Found one. Ha, found the other. Okay, cool. Also, the sketch kind of messes with the colors just a little too. So that's it without the sketch on, but I do need the sketch right now to help me see. Yeah, exactly. I don't think the kind of embossed filigree kind of detailing will really be required. I think it'll just eat up a lot of time. So I probably will skip that. We'll see though. We'll see. Like, who knows? If I end up blocking this all in, there is a possibility that it'll actually start to come together real fast, because sometimes that happens. Alright, I'm not finding those layers. There is a technique to also find the layer, but I'm just being weird and not using it. You can use kind of the move tool and then hold control and click. Yeah, as I thought, it's just that flat backdrop layer. So I'll deal with that later. Alright, back to where we were though. So we just want to fill these in. Now there's not a lot of light kind of hitting down here on this layer. So the bounce reflected kind of bounce areas are probably not going to have as much light as the ones on the top. Maybe it'll get a bit darker in here, harder to get light in these spots. It's more occluded. And then next layer. Oh, we're down on the bottom jaw. All right, getting there. Getting there. Okay, so this one. This one is interesting because there's kind of like some areas that are pointing upwards and others that are kind of pointing horizontally, maybe even down. This might even be catching some pretty strong highlights, but it's like a narrow kind of part, so I'm going to make these reflections quite thin. Yeah, so now I'm kind of rolling around the sphere around this area, and over here I'm kind of maybe even down here, right? It's all about just trying to like imagine how it kind of like twists and bends, and then imagining, or at least kind of referencing your sphere to kind of use that angle and try and match the angles. It's a lot of work, but it allows you to kind of, you know, if you're kind of like, I don't know what the reflection would be doing here, it allows you to just kind of block in something, and then it'll probably be more accurate even if you're just kind of like referencing a sphere like that. And then once that's kind of blocked in, you have more to kind of work off of. You just kind of play around with it until you're happy with how it looks. Because a good part of it is also just kind of like just making it look cool for you, you know, with metallics and reflections and all that. It's really hard to be, you know, specifically accurate. There's so much that goes into it. You need to like be a computer rendering algorithm to kind of like do it properly. So you just kind of fake it till you make it, I guess, is kind of the trick with it. So I think I'll add in some of the horizon reflection, and like also like sometimes when it's more accurate, it could be less interesting because, you know, maybe having the reflected kind of horizon smashing through an area will make it more dramatic and exciting to look at. Whereas, oh, well, that might not actually show up exactly like that. But it is a piece of art. You are supposed to interpret it and kind of like do your own thing with it. One of the things I've been doing for practice recently is trying to do some kind of just portrait practice on in a group called Reddit Gets Drawn. People just like post pictures of themselves or their pets or their family members, and artists are basically given permission to just paint them and kind of share that. And so anytime I kind of do one of those, I like to just kind of change something about it and make it a little more kind of like my own idea or character or story, that I interpret it however I want it. So I'll often like, you know, change something about the image to like, you know, give them a cowboy hat, or just kind of turn them into a magical pixie or something fun. You know, whatever I kind of see in the image that they post, the portrait, I kind of just figure out what I think might look fun. Yeah, so I think that's an important thing to do, is just kind of like do what you think would be the most interesting, even if it's not the most accurate. But accuracy is important if you can do it. But yeah, when it comes to reflecting light and metals and stuff, oof, that's a tough one. But it's something I enjoy for whatever reason. Most people hate it, and that's fair. But yeah, when I was like, what if we just like made this layers of metal, interweaving and doing crazy things? All right. So getting close. It is almost one. So I think what I'll do, since we're so close, I'm just going to finish blocking it in, which is where I need to be. And then I'll go on lunch. So I might go a little bit past one, but I think I can manage it because we're so close. And that sunlight is awful. It's so bright. Thankfully it's not hitting my eyes today. Usually does. Okay. Yeah, and one of the things that I'm enjoying about this is having big shapes and little shapes, and kind of creating some interesting contrast. You don't want it even. You don't want it to all be kind of the same size shapes. You need some kind of like contrast and rhythm to it, you know. So like it's all compressing here around the jaw, around the lips, where like if it's snarling, it pulls those muscles together and compresses that. And then like the flanges out here, the top of the head, I'm kind of opening that up to bigger shapes. And so hopefully that kind of creates a little more interest to look at it. It kind of like creates visual areas of rest and excitement. That's kind of language that I've heard people use around that, at least. Okay, so we're almost done. So now we're on basically like the second last layer, which I don't know. Oh, yeah, I needed to do like one more layer. Oops, that's right. Okay, so I'll do one quick layer on top of this one. And use this brush and just go ham. Cool. All right, that's the one I need. So now, just gonna block that in. We're definitely gonna want to get the kind of the dark horizon up here. This one's very horizontal facing. And yet it still kind of catches probably the top edge, like right around there. Depending on how much dimension we want these to have. Like if it's paper thin, I wouldn't really give it much here. Maybe just a hair of light on the top. But if it's a bit thicker, we could have kind of this going on. So we'll figure it out as we go. I think I want to go for that paper thin feel, in which case these might kind of like come right up to the edge, these reflections. And that's just the edge that I would give that light. If even that, you know. Yeah, I think that'll be fun to kind of like make it feel thin and fragile and elegant and terrifying all at the same time. And then yeah, like there's going to be so many reflections happening that this is going to start to look real crazy when I get to that point. We're still just blocking it in for the most part, trying to keep it manageable right now. So this, I think I'll add just a little bit more kind of reflection there just to define it. Did I just like stop working on this layer when I still needed to? Okay, this layer, let's just use this one again. Yeah, I did just stop using that layer. Okay, so then what layer is that? Okay, I'm going to have this kind of slope upward. Use that orange. Maybe I don't want it to slope upward that much, actually. So I want there to be that open space along that kind of, that stretched kind of jaw thing that that I saw way back in like Jurassic Park, and I just like to include in dragons and stuff like that. That lip kind of peel. Yeah. All right. We are now at 1 o'clock, and I'm just gonna quickly just hit that with a color, give it a little reflection, sure, and I need that light to come up there, reflect here. Okay, let's give it a flip. There's a lot of layers it has to work with. Not used to doing this many. Yeah, it's gonna get even more complex. Like, I chose this because I think it's a really fun and interesting challenge. It's gonna get real messy, but I think it's totally worth it. I think it's really fun to do this kind of thing, to like challenge yourself to this kind of stuff. Okay, yeah, that's the layer I want. I just want to get like a little bit of highlight right there. And again, this is stuff that I should be doing after lunch, so let's just kind of stop that real quick, he says as he keeps going at it. Just can't help myself. I just see like something and I'm just like, oh, I just want to make sure I capture that before I, you know, go and do something else and then forget what I wanted to do right then and there. It's like just that little edge of light right there. And like, because that's facing the ground more, maybe it'll catch a little bit of the bounce light off the ground. Okay. Finicky details. I don't need to be doing you yet. Okay. What do I have left? So there's just this kind of base layer. This one is going to be capturing kind of like the very. Well, actually, if it's all flats, maybe it won't. Especially if I'm like up against the light, I want that silhouette. I want there to be kind of like this bright light, and then this will just be darker, being so close to it. And then it'll be more about kind of catching those edges of the light, like right there. And then what happens? Is it kind of purpley? Like gold, I don't know if gold can reflect that kind of color. I don't think it can. So what do? You know, I have to figure it out as I go. That's the fun stuff. The fun, overly complicated, messy, challenging stuff. All right. So there's just the back layer now, I believe. And we'll just kind of quickly just give it a little bit of dimension so that if I decide I need to flatten this right now, I can. Yeah, I think I'm going to get more just kind of yellow in the piece. That'll help bring out the gold. All right. I'll stop fiddling right now. I'm going to go on lunch. And I think that's in a pretty good spot for going on lunch, because when we return, we're really going to start to get very, very rendery. I think it's going to be a lot of fun to do. Oh. So let's flip it. And yeah, it might even be time to merge. Might be a little early, but honestly, I think I'd be okay with merging at least most of the layers. Like the top layer and the bottom layer need to stay separate because of the power beam thing going on. But yeah, all right. I'm pretty happy with where that's at currently. I'll definitely do some tweaking when I get back, but I don't want to waste any more lunch time. So I'm going to go on an hour break. I'm going to put up a timer. You'll know when I come back. And until then, okay, so see you in 1 hour. All right, and welcome back. Lunch is over. Time to get back to rendering. How's it going, everybody? Hi, Karen. Hi, Parm. Hello, everybody. All right, so basically everything's blocked in well enough that I think I'd probably be happy merging down layers at this point, because I think everything's well defined. Let me just quickly just kind of pass over everything real quick, make sure I don't kind of merge and then regret it. The layers in the back, I feel, can just kind of have a little quick definition to them. Yeah, most of the rendering I want to do at this point will actually benefit from being flattened into one layer, just because I kind of need to bounce around a lot, I feel. Huh? More layers? Never. This is more layers than I ever do. Hey? Do they? I'm sure they're going to be great. Oh, right. I'm on like the top layer, but it's not locked. So that's why I'm like painting into other layers. All the more reason to merge it. Alright, I'm doing it. Can't stop me. Boop. Aha. Merged. Alright. And bottom layer separate, and orb thing. Don't know what this layer is. Get out of here. Alright. So now we can just have fun rendering away. I almost wonder if it would have been faster to just not even do all that layering stuff and just paint. I feel like it might have. Getting some good sun glare right now. It's like landing right on my knuckle, so it's like blinding me like exactly where I'm trying to look. 2 minutes. Actually, I'll pull a baking timer up where Alex is making cookies. So I have a timer going for that too. So I'll just leave that up here so I can not forget to look. Huh?
How much time is left?
1 minute and 36 seconds. All right. Yeah, we've actually been doing a lot of kind of homemade foods. I made a pizza from scratch the other day. Made beef jerky yesterday. Been making pickles. All kinds of stuff. I've never actually made pizza dough before. It turned out pretty okay. I burnt it a little, but not bad for my first attempt. Not terrible. Okay, so I'm just going to refine these edges a little. Okay, time. Oh, okay. Alright, so up in here, it's like really, really kind of tucked deep in. So I think that it's going to have very little light that can get right into the back of that. Although there is also a lot of direct light hitting it at the same time. So I think the underside of this is actually going to get a lot of bounce light. So we're going to get really saturated. I'm just going to erase this part and just use the back layer. Okay, so I think it'll get a lot of bounce light, so very saturated. But like right up in the very kind of top area, it's just gonna get super dark. Just so much occluded light there. Okay, I'm happy enough with that right now. Darken that just a little. Same with these areas, I think they'll also get similar kind of exposure. Okay. And then something I mentioned I might try is just kind of bringing a little more yellow into that. And what I might do is use a color dodge layer and just see what it does. If my computer will let me change my brush size, there we go. Alright, so let's just kind of if I bring this down, that might be okay. Hi, Charlie. Okay, okay. Yeah. Actually, you know what? Maybe I'll just erase it in a few spots. Yeah. Should open the window.
Now it's windy.
Yeah, it's so windy, it's crazy. Alright, I'll use that. Now, maybe I'll just kind of keep this yellow as a regular brush, and just kind of capture a little more bright edges with it, I suppose. Honestly, what I should actually do perhaps right now is do the specular highlights, because I think that'll be important for creating that reflective surface. So I'll do a new layer. Basically at this point, when I'm doing things where I'm kind of like not 100% sure how I want it to work, I'll pop a new layer on top, and then when I'm happy with it, I just merge it down. So with this, I'm just kind of trying to capture this angle right here specifically. So whatever planes I feel like are facing that kind of angle, I'll just hit it with that super bright reflection. I think kind of capturing these really sharp-edged highlights will really kind of bring out that metallic feel. You comfortable, Charlie? She's such a weird cat. She like sits on your lap in a way that she's always falling. That's just how she likes to sit, and then she falls asleep and then falls, and then gets mad at you. She like expects you to hold her butt in place. So one of the things I'll also be doing with this is getting reflections of reflections, and just kind of layering it up more and more, all the kind of levels of light interaction. So it does start to get a little bit crazy. There's not a lot of like angles that really kind of get that highlight. I guess these kind of front teeth do, but not too many otherwise. That's okay. That one's in the back. Alright, and I also want to kind of change the shape of those teeth there. I think we have a lot of hard angles, sharp, jagged kind of points to this. Keeps it menacing, and I think I'll kind of keep that. And especially in this spot, it makes sense to really kind of make sure it captures that, because it's silhouetted, it's a huge contrast point. So if you're going to make a statement about it, this is the place to do it. Yeah, it's not, no like soft edges here. She like put her paw up on my chest and just like sunk a claw in while she's kind of sleeping away. Okay. So it has an aggressive kind of ferocious front to it. So I think we've kind of gotten the specular highlights captured. I think right now what I want to do is start to get the kind of reflections between the layers captured a little bit better. I think that'll start to kind of really open it up. So like for example, what's happening with the layers here, I think certain reflected surfaces need to stand out in different ways. Like this is pretty close to that kind of cheek area, so I think that I'll pull that reflection in a bit tighter to make it closer. So I'm just going to darken that down a bit. Part of it is trying to like, you know, work with what I think those angles would be, how they'd be lit, but also I want to keep in mind kind of the values and just trying to balance that in good ways. So on my other screen I actually have this grayscale version at all times that I can kind of reference for the values, and you kind of want to like, you know, put them in meaningful places and kind of make that make sense. So I like all the darks here, and I think I need to kind of. I was like, "Are you bringing me a cookie? Are they done?" Yeah, I wanna kind of like make more clear areas where there's kind of groups of the light area and the dark area, and they're just kind of balanced properly. Because right now they're kind of all over, and it's fine to have kind of like some chaotic noisiness, but I also need there to be kind of like clear, open forms. So right now I'm going to work in just the grayscale so that I can kind of only focus on my values. And this is very useful to do if you're trying to, you know, make sure to be mindful of your values, which you should be. Oh, yes. Oh, warm snickerdoodle. Oh boy. Yep. Oh, that's good. Yeah, that almond in it is so good. Yep. That's a good cookie. Alright. And then this one, I'm going to actually change the shape right here. Merge down the highlight there. Change the shape right here, because I feel like it folds up that spot. And what's interesting is the reflection here, you would think maybe, oh, it should kind of follow that, but it's actually, it's really close to the surface here, and then it's lifting away from it, so the reflection's actually going to show that instead, so it'll actually go further away. If that makes any sense. So they're almost touching here, so I'll actually have them be like super close. Snickerdoodle base would be a good addition to the game, I agree. I'd be okay with that. Let's see. Oh yeah, the colors are going real funky. So I'm just kind of grabbing by the value as opposed to the color I need. So I'm going to just quickly grab my color brush and bring that back to a sane palette there. Alright. Alright. More orange into that. So I don't like it going that dark in that spot, but I do want to clearly show that it's, you know, a reflection kind of going away from the surface. So I think that might be enough to show that there. Yeah, at this point I'm more concerned with making it look interesting and good than trying to get perfect reflections. Check the grayscale again. Alright, so yeah, I'm probably just gonna get into a zone with this. So I might not talk as much. Oh man. Face is so itchy. It was actually, since I'm kind of, you know, working from home, I have a few extra hours in the day. So I actually was doing some practice art, just kind of my own thing. Sounds fake, but I have done two things. Well, at least I did one full one and I started another. But I was actually considering, although Doom Eternal just came out, so I'm probably going to be using a lot of my free time to play through that for a bit, but I kind of am toying with the idea of just like doing silent streams, where I just like, when I'm doing my own personal artwork, I just kind of boot up a stream without like a camera or audio, and just kind of, people want to just tune in and check back in and just see progress or like kind of leave a comment in the chat. If I end up doing that, I'll post it on my art page when I do it, so you can kind of catch it there.
Not the Twitter.
I guess my Twitter, right? I have one of those. People know it exists now because I posted a piece of artwork and people are like, hey, this is neat. I'm gonna actually like acknowledge this person exists on Twitter, because I don't exist on Twitter otherwise. I'm so bad at social media. But yeah, basically, if I do end up doing some just silent streams, I'll post it. And you can kind of tune in, check it out. Just kind of hang out, listen to your own stuff, do your own thing. Just kind of, the idea would be that it just kind of is a slow piece coming together over a few hours, and just kind of tune in. I just find that when I'm kind of doing the Feedback Friday stream, I'm kind of always trying to talk during it, which I don't mind, but it's a little more exhausting. And if I wanted to just kind of do a random stream whenever, I feel like that would probably make me not want to do it, because I'd be like, no, I don't want to be exhausted streaming. I just want to do that. So that way I don't feel like I have to entertain people. Yeah, I don't know, just an idea. How often do I do my own personal work? Very, very, very rarely. I've had a bad habit of kind of not doing my own artwork. I have been doing other like projects. Like I've actually worked on a lot of side projects on my own, but not really any artwork. Yeah, so I should probably do more artwork. But yeah, I've been doing kind of just learning coding. I've been making prototypes in Unity for MouseHunt and just kind of my own little game ideas. So I've been kind of doing a lot of that. I even did like woodworking and just kind of other whatever projects that I feel like. But yeah, I rarely kind of am in the mood to just like do my own personal artwork, mostly because I just don't really know what I want to make. Like I'm perfectly happy and I love to just make stuff for MouseHunt because there's always like a task. Like I know what I have to create. There's like a product, a project. I know what I need to make. I'm good with that. I can do that. But when it's like trying to make my own thing, I don't know. I just don't feel it the same way. So it's hard to do it. But just trying to kind of push myself to do more of that. And what I like to do is just kind of a good way to get into it is just do a portrait practice on Reddit Gets Drawn, because it's cool that like practicing drawing people is very useful, and that's something I definitely need to do more of because I've just been illustrating mice for the past dozen years. So being able to paint humans is a nice thing. But the thing about kind of like doing that is, sure, I could just like find cool images of people on Google or whatever, but Reddit Gets Drawn, you actually like post the artwork there, and then the person who posted the picture, which is usually of them or like their friend or their dog or whatever, they actually get to see the image that you created, and so it's kind of like a nice little kind of thing for both of you. So I'm just kind of doing portraits because it's good practice, and I enjoy it. And it's a little less kind of like I have to like come up with an idea that inspires me a lot, that I'm kind of like, yeah. Whereas with Reddit Gets Drawn, there's also kind of like a feeling of a timeline, where you kind of have a deadline in a sense that like when someone posts their portrait, there's kind of like maybe a day or two that that it's expected that someone will kind of like, you know, draw it. Otherwise it just kind of disappears. So it's kind of like when I work on one, I want to try and finish it within, you know, a day. So yeah, it just kind of, it works for what I need right now, which is good. And another cool thing about it is, like, you know, there's tons of really neat artists of all different levels that use it for practice, and so you get to see their artwork and chat with them. And it's just a nice little community. They even do like contests, or just kind of like they select every month kind of like the artists that, you know, put a lot of work in and did some really nice stuff, and they just kind of highlight people. So that's a nice little thing too. Yeah. So yeah, if I do that, I'll try streaming it, silent stream, see if people like that. Why not? Yeah. That's another thing, that if I do all this kind of practice stuff, I'll probably be more confident to create all the NPCs in the game, or at least whatever ones I would end up doing, because that is something that I've wanted to do. Create like an actual portrait for each of the kind of different shops. We have a few NPCs and stuff, and you know, having kind of portraits for them in the game would be really nice, and you know, should have it. We have a visual game with many illustrations, and the NPCs don't often have illustrations, so it's kind of silly. It's a missed opportunity, I think. So that'd be cool to like go to the trapsmith and like see the trapsmith. I think it would add some nice whimsy to the game, because we'd have some fun characters. Like Larry is an example of one that we did end up doing, and I think he's a pretty enjoyable character. And like Mustachio is another one. But like, what does Plank Run look like? And you know, the cartographers. Maybe there's a few. Who knows? But yeah, I think that'd be a lot of fun to work on something like that. Okay, so these teeth would probably be closer up. Oh yeah, I really enjoyed creating Big Jack. Like, she was really fun to paint, and so that's basically, you know, the goal is to kind of like be able to create each of the characters. And yeah, like, she's just an event character. She goes away. So it's kind of a bummer, because I really enjoyed that character. But I mean, that kind of just makes it more special when she returns. So yeah, I would like to do more of those, and just doing that kind of practice is probably going to make that happen easier. And it's just a good idea for me, because I need to practice always. Alright, so I'm just adding a little more contrast there. I just think I could kind of use it for interest's sake. And because I did that, it really kind of pops that angle out. Maybe a bit aggressive, but maybe it's not bad. There you go. I'll temper it with that orange on the edges. Yeah, at this point I'm just kind of, you know, letting the rendering go where it wants. I'm just kind of grabbing a color and putting it down wherever I want. And I think it's working. Again, I do feel like maybe it is a little bronze still. I should probably pull my gold up again, because, you know, reference. kind of important. Oh yeah, Zugzwang too. Yeah. One day I'd like to kind of reveal all the little details. But I kind of also like to leave it as a, there's just enough information that like you have to speculate it. You can't confirm specifics. So like some people think it's this way or that way, and it's kind of, I don't know, there's something that can be nice about that too, where it's like you get to kind of decide for yourself. I just dripped a little tea on my keyboard. Hopefully it didn't go in. I think I'm good. Okay. It looked like it hit the numpad, but it hit right beside it. Okay. Oolong is great. Totally works when you boil it again. It's very good oolong. Oh. These cool off quick, huh?
No, these are the first ones.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's so good. You guys, Alex makes the best cookies. They're so tasty. Mm-hmm. There we go. That's what it needed. That feels a lot more gold now. Who knew? That keeping the reference up so I could continue to look at it was the trick. Now then, sorry, the bounce light reflections, instead of going red, can go orange, and I think that is a better approximation for the gold. That's right, that was in the original kind of like concept when we were still kind of figuring out what we wanted to look like. There was like a pile of gold and jewels and stuff. It's not in this sketch, but I don't know if I have the old one. But that was definitely an idea, and I think we could probably still do that. It's a little bit extra effort, but it might work. If anything, just kind of placing some coins around or something might be good. It almost makes me think that there was just like a pile of coins, and then the mouse got too close, and suddenly it like turned into this dragon head. That's kind of cool. Charlie, your butt is sliding. Why do you always do this? Yeah, so I'm going to keep it more in the orange. And now when I do the kind of like, actually I'll go even more saturated for that. Brighter. When I'm like bouncing the light between the surfaces, spaces, I think having that kind of like super saturated orange looks great. I need this layer for that. Yeah, I'm liking that. That feels better. Okay. Thought you were going to get off my lap there, Charlie, but you should just switch sides. So now you can slide your butt off the other way, huh? All right. Hmm. That is the danger, isn't it? Where it's like getting to the territory where it looks so different from the trap that it's like, should this just be a new trap? I don't know, maybe. Like, we haven't officially figured out how we're going to put it in the game, so that is a possibility. I could see us deciding to do that if we don't have like, oh, this is the perfect place to put it in. Like, Dave and I were kind of, quickly discussing the possibilities of it. Like, it could be a new relic hunter season, like come with that, but like go into the King's Arms or something. But yeah, we don't know, and I'm not gonna kind of like state that we know. But like that could be cool. Like whatever new content we're kind of putting together, maybe it could end up there. It's possible. In which case, who knows? It might not be, even a draconic trap, even though it looks pretty draconic. Yeah, I'm not gonna, speculate on this because I don't want to kind of like give people a certain impression, only for that to kind of like end up being inaccurate, So I'm just kind of like looking at where surfaces might be reflecting, and then just trying to capture those little moments. So right now I'm also rendering it where it has a little thickness to it. It's not paper thin, but it also allows me to kind of create little accents of interest that I think I might not be able to kind of put in as easily otherwise. So I'm okay with it having a little bit of dimension to it. Plus, when I kind of do like a final pass where I add a little bit of texture and kind of almost glittery feel to it, I think that'll kind of get that thin and kind of elegant feel. Not sure why that would add it, but I just kind of feel like it might create that extra interesting dimension that like the super thin material might have otherwise. Big sigh from Wash. Oh yeah, the gang boss, right? I almost forgot about her. I think might have a way to put her in soon. We'll see. I think we can do it. Alright, so I'm just kind of like trying to get reflections in here. Like, since this is layered in front of this one here, I kind of want this reflection to be closer in. Right? We'll see. We are in talks about kind of green light effectively, which means that very soon we will be kind of working on art for new content, and you'll get to see that on the next stream, the next art stream at least. So things are happening. Even with us all working remotely, we're kind of making sure to kind of figure out some specifics on things that we really need to do. But we're getting that all figured out now. It's very exciting stuff. So hopefully I'll get to talk about that more very soon. Yeah. Yeah, I think that we're definitely going to figure out how to use that. I think we have kind of a pretty good idea in place, and I think I'll let Dave kind of talk about that if he wants to. So until then, but yeah, we're definitely gonna because we made quite a few pieces for that. So yeah, we'll definitely be kind of utilizing it, and I'm pretty happy with how. So she'll just have to wait for a bit though, and see what comes of it. Because yeah, until it's like actually greenlit, I don't want to talk about it and kind of like give misinformation, because that's not too helpful for anybody. Yeah, let's look at the grayscale. So I think I want to darken up more down here, perhaps. And so part of what I'm doing with this is I'm looking for how to make it read more clearly, and values are always very good for that. If something's really noisy and messy, and it's kind of like hard to read or hard, like it doesn't, it's almost uncomfortable to look at, you should probably check out what the values are doing, and just try and kind of like get a little more harmony in that. Get a little more kind of like specific design choices where you know, like, okay, I really want this part to stand out and this part can fall back. You can use your values to define all that. If you want something to stand out more, just kind of increase the values contrast in that area. So like brighter stuff with darker stuff. And if you want stuff to kind of fall back and kind of like be less loud and kind of in your face, not be grabbing attention as much, just kind of like pull the values closer together. Just kind of, you know, lower the contrast. And by kind of pushing and pulling using that, you should be able to kind of control just how noisy a piece is, even if the colors are all over the place. If your values are good, then it'll work. So that is why they're so important. Get your values good. Okay, so I'm going to bring a little bit more contrast just to the undersides of those. Okay. So I'm also just trying to like get the teeth in front of the beam to kind of, you know, have a more dark and flattened contrast. Maybe this needs to darken up too. Okay. All right, let's give it a flip. And we should probably save. All right, nice. Alright, I feel like that's kind of starting to capture that feel that I want, where it's kind of like lots of noise, but it also has like a direction to it, like it flows. So I might kind of even flatten down some of the values, contrast on the bottom jaw a bit. Maybe I'll just kind of blend some edges together. That's another way to kind of lower contrast, is to use hard edges for high contrast stuff and low edges for, or soft edges for lower contrast stuff. Like this highlight here, I can just kind of drop that down even lower, perhaps. Thin out that material too. Just kind of give an overall value to each of the objects in that area. Just kind of make them feel a little more similar. Okay, so that's it in color. We're starting to go a bit green, but that actually works because I think that you can usually get that kind of color in gold, just at kind of in certain shadows and such. I think I'm gonna remove that blocky edge on that horn piece right there. Feel like that shape might actually read better. Horn. Yeah, we'll go with that. Alright. Got to pop back into grayscale for just a little longer. Cool. Alright. I might even kind of do the same approach with highlights. Just kind of punching them up a little bit more where I think it could use the interest. Though I should probably make sure I'm using a good color. Yeah, I want something more saturated than that. That actually fit well here. Easier for me to notice too. I will have to enable click-through on it, I think. Bring some of this orange into it. I feel like it's a little too green. Yeah, if we were to add kind of gems and coins, as suggested, we could put them on the base. I'm wondering if we want to like try adding a gem into the face somewhere, like eyes or something, but I don't know if I actually want to try that. Okay, and bring a little bit more yellow into the tooth back there. Alright, well, this is actually getting pretty close, I think. We'll just give it another flip. Ugh. Didn't mean to move that. This time, let's flip it vertically. I don't do this flip as often because it could kind of like make it a little harder to kind of work on, but if everything's kind of done well enough, it should still work. Like you should still be able to kind of render all the kind of surfaces, and just imagine it's underlit. And if it's like a character, the character is just, you know, on the ceiling. Yeah, it always kind of feels a little weird working on it like this. So I'm sure watching it also is kind of strange. kind of creepy. It's got like sharp, pointy bits, and then the like horn looks like a spine. All right, gonna save it. So I think it's actually pretty decent where it's at. I don't know how much more time I should spend on it, but I think if I do kind of this textural quality, that'll just add an extra kind of level of goodness on it. And then I think I'd be pretty happy with where it's at. I think anything beyond that is maybe just getting a little too kind of perfectionist. So I'll need to call it at some point. And I think adding the extra kind of texture and then just kind of catching any final details will be a good amount of time. And as I said, I don't want to stream forever, so I'll just kind of do this, see how long it takes, and then I'll see you at the next stream. But yeah, so I think this texture actually really kind of gives some nice quality to it. I don't want to go too crazy with it. I just want to kind of like catch it where the light is kind of shifting the gradient nice and quick. It's where it kind of rolls into kind of different reflections that might just at the edges kind of jump around just a tiny bit. If I had to go around on every single spot on this and add this texture, I'd be here for another full stream. And I don't think that would be the most interesting one. So yeah, just kind of finding some good spots to add that, I think is more than enough to kind of give it that quality.
Too bad.
What? Rude. Brutal. Savage.
Let's say savage.
Just walks by with snickerdoodles, eating them, doesn't give me any. So brutal. And I also want to kind of take into account the direction, or what the surface is doing at the time. So if it's kind of rolled towards us, it's a little kind of just more head on. You can kind of see all of it, whereas when it's rolled away from us, it's just kind of like a thin little kind of edge. back to it. Nearly there. Okay. The silhouette of that tooth is a little odd, so I'm just gonna clean that edge. Same with the one back here. I think that these surfaces are way too thick for the rest of it. Yeah, that works better for me. I like how thin it is. I might try and make sure everything else is similar. Maybe. It'd also be quite a bit of work, and I'm feeling the kind of exhaustion of the stream already. All right. I need to bring a little bit of this over because they were starting to feel segmented. Yeah, I mean, there's so many assets that we created, we're definitely gonna have to use them regardless, just because they're all really cool, and you know, it'd be a waste not to. But I actually think we'll be able to kind of use them in a pretty effective way. Alright, I think I'll just do a little bit more of that texturing. And then I think I'll head off. So I'm like zoning out, you know. I know we discussed the idea of the kind of gems and coins at the base, but I don't know. I don't know if it needs it. Or if I'm just too tired to do that now. Or if I really just want to go off and eat snickerdoodles. It's probably all of the above, for being honest. Just have to shift Charlie. Guess she's been on my lap that whole time. She just kind of falls asleep on whoever's lap she can for like hours. Looks like some tasks are rolling in for content, so that's a very good thing. Very, very good. So next week we'll probably be starting on some pretty awesome, exciting new stuff. Can't wait. check out the grayscale again. It's kind of high contrast on the horns back there. Not sure if it needs that. I'm just kind of knocking that back just a little bit. See how that looks. Yeah, it's all right. Get a couple of these kind of texture. Little kind of bits. I don't know what I call them. Just in a couple spots to help kind of just sell this almost like hammered metal look, I guess. It doesn't quite have that deep denting or anything, but yeah. Alright, and I think for now, I mean, since this isn't going into the game right now anyways, that'll let me kind of sit on it in case I come back to it and want to change it, like if the if where we decide to put it needs anything specific, it'll be able to do that. Yeah, I think I'm pretty happy with this. I think it's pretty cool. It's got a lot of interesting little details and fun stuff going on, so I'm happy with that. And yeah, I think right now I'm just kind of like a little exhausted, so even if I kept pushing it, it won't kind of like have the same quality that I think it would get if I just kind of like came at it a bit fresh. But like there's some areas that are really working well, and maybe when I come back to it, I'll kind of want to bring all of the elements to that kind of level. That's a lot of kind of extra specific, very perfectionist detail that I would need to put in. But I'm not necessarily opposed to that. So yeah, I think let's flip it back into the regular orientation. I always forget to save before I flip, just in case, because it seems to be really chunky. Oh boy. Ugh. Yeah, that's pretty neat. Just add a little bit more orange to that. And merge this down. I'm happy with that texture addition. This just feels a little simple back there. I need to just add a little bit more depth. he says as he just keeps going. Well, I think that that's much further along than it started, obviously. I'm pretty pleased with it. I think that this could go into the game as is, and so I think I will call it. Though there is the potential of doing some of this kind of like layers of purple here real quick. Like what's actually happening in the mouth, right? Okay, yeah, that was worth it. Cool. All right, that's it. I'm gonna stop the stream. So save, and yeah, I'll actually put it on my art page this time because I forgot to last time, or I was just like not happy enough with it. So let me pop that into content. Tweets. Oh wait, no, actually I want to put it in the Facebook posts. There we go. All right. So, for those who stuck it out with me, thanks for hanging out. Actually, let me post this to my page. Photos. MouseHunt. Add photo. Upload. All right. So I think there was around 40 submissions, around that. Host. Okay. So, yeah, again, recapping, we announced all the uh, contest art winners. There were a lot of amazing, incredible, awesome, beautiful submissions. So, just like to thank everybody again who partook in it. I thought it was wonderful. We're definitely going to do more art contests in the future. It's loads of fun to do. Yeah, and thanks for hanging out on stream with me, everybody. Uh, really appreciate just kind of, hanging out. As I mentioned, I might also start doing some just kind of silent streams where I basically do what I did with the last half of the stream here and just kind of render away without talking. And for those, I don't think I'd have the camera going or anything, or the mic. So you could just kind of put on your own tunes, watch whatever, and just kind of like check it out as it goes. Kind of, tune in and see the progress whenever you want. So with that, I hope you're all staying healthy and taking care of yourselves and each other. Be well, and I shall see you next time, probably in 2 weeks. So until then, happy hunting, everybody. Thank you all for showing up and being a part of this awesome community. I shall see you guys next time. Take care, everyone. Bye for now.